We've got Mutadon on wing. Minimal casualties so far, but not zero.
Okay, we need a much better aviary, but none of us have the authority to approve the risky experimental one. I can try to get the new director on board with it, while you two handle things here.
Okay, new recruit, just you and me now. That was Dale, I'm Callie, and you are having one heck of an induction. The workforce on the island stands no chance against a hunter like the Mutadon. We need to tranquilize it ASAP, or our recruitment team will be working overtime.
The experimental aviary has been approved, but the new director is on her way here. Can't imagine she'll be happy. I mean, a breakout in her first week?
Yeah, well, welcome to Saint-Hubert.
Now we can build the open-air aviary where the old aviary used to be.
Please respond.
We should make sure the workers have access to the hatchery. The open-air aviary uses a clever electromagnetic barrier which should keep the Mutadon contained. The barrier needs power to work though, so I'll talk you through the island's geothermal power system. As you can see, the geothermal supply pipe distributes power through a series of underground pipes. Those pipes branch off in two directions at junctions called geothermal splitters. Pipe networks should always end with a geothermal generator. It's the generators that deliver power to nearby buildings and life-saving experimental aviaries. We can build a new power network to expand the facility later. But we need that aviary powered yesterday, so let's use the existing pipes for now. First, let's build a geothermal generator near the open-air aviary. Great. Okay, now we connect the generator to the underground power network via a splitter junction. Splitters only have two outputs, so find one with an unused output to pipe the generator into. You, my friend, just made your first geothermal power connection. And the open-air aviary is fully powered, so we can transport the tranquilized Mutadon into it.
O'Connor, what is that?
That, Miss Halford, is a Mutadon, an Saint-Hubert original.
They didn't tell you what we work on when you became Director of Operations?
I knew it was a research and development site, but Mullins, I didn't even know this island existed until I was offered the position. These animals can't be for show at the park, right?
They're not show ready. No, ma'am. Not all research is a success in that sense, but there's a lot to learn from them.
Yes, I'm sure. I think I need a word with my superiors. Please, keep up your work, and I'll be back in touch soon.
Nothing is getting through that barrier, so we can finally relax a bit. Great work. The Mutadon may be hurt after its little adventure, though. Assign a ranger team to the open-air aviary, and they'll tell us what we need to do to make it comfortable. An aviary viewing gallery will also let workers observe it, so it's worth building one now, too.
While you're at it, new recruit, we should probably get into the paleobotanical weeds of why you were recruited here.
Yes. Well, there's a world-famous dinosaur theme park out there. You might have heard of it. We do the experimental work to keep that park in supply of incredible animals. The park are getting more demanding, though, and experimental work can be unwieldy. You're here to help us expand, make breakthroughs, and keep chaos at bay. Ideally.
The hours are long, And the non-disclosure agreement is airtight, but it's still probably the best job in the world. Welcome aboard. The danger is over, and there are plenty of eyes on the Mutadon. We've got some breathing space. So, let's see what's next on the agenda. Until now, this area has operated mostly underground. Not for the faint of heart down there. Trust me. It's time to expand. And we've been given assignments for setting the place up as a research site. They're marked as priority assignments, meaning someone in charge wants us to deal with them ASAP.
There's just one assignment at the top of the list right now, so feel free to accept it whenever you're ready.
Oh, and don't worry if we're spending more than we're making for a bit. We need to lay a foundation first. Profits can come later. I said we'd get the chance to build a new geothermal power network, and here we are. Exciting, right? So, there's another geothermal supply pipe on this site with more power that we can access. So let's take a look at that first. Every site on the island has multiple geothermal supply pipes, each one providing a fresh reserve of power that we can tap into. By running that power through underground pipes and into geothermal generators, we can deliver that power wherever we need it. We can start our new network by building a geothermal generator nearby. Now we can connect that generator to the geothermal supply using underground pipes. As soon as it's hooked up, the generator will start powering nearby buildings. Great. Okay, so now we want to set up another generator in the area. For both generators to be piped up to the same supply, we'll need to place a geothermal splitter on the pipeline you just built. Go ahead and build a splitter now. Excellent. Now we can build another generator. Pipe that generator into the unused splitter output and watch the magic happen. And voila, 2 geothermal generators running from the same supply. Worth noting, splitters can only have one input pipe which splits into 2 output pipes. It's handy for branching out your network, but there is a gotcha. Whenever we split a pipe into 2, we also split the input power in half between each output. Use too many splitters, and you might not have the power you need coming out of a generator. So try not to overuse them. And that's pretty much it. You're basically a geothermal engineer now. Don't say you're one to an actual geothermal specialist, though. Or you might find a pipe running through your accommodation in the morning.
Work is pretty self-directed here. Whenever you complete an assignment, feel free to pick the next one from your assignments list.
Right. We need to take care of the workers on the island. It should be your favorite kind of assignment because, well, if you hadn't noticed, you and I are 2 of those workers. Now, workers need somewhere to sleep, obviously, and you can keep them happy by building restrooms and shelters. Of course, those 2 can also include the same activities if the reason you're in the shelter is scary enough.
Don't be gross, Mullins.
Hey, people get scared. Wow, that all looks great. And if you've managed to save some of the fancier accommodations for yourself, I'm not going to judge, but I will need you to cut me in on it. No? Well, how about a luxury bunker? A decadent restroom? Wishful thinking. Still some priority assignments to go. Of course, we only have priority ones on us right now, but I guess managers just love labeling some things as more important than others. Like themselves. That was a joke. I didn't mean that.
The main facility is where InGen first set up shop on Ile Saint-Hubert, and now you get to expand it out. We'll need some crucial infrastructure to support that. You never know when illness or injury might strike. So let's start with a paleo-medical facility.
The park spent a small to moderate fortune on creating the Mutadon, so we especially want them to stay in good health.
Assign an MVU team to the aviary hatchery to keep an eye on them. Good work. Okay, now, we need dinosaur genomes to create dinosaurs. And the park will sometimes send us genomes when we wrap up assignments. But there's only so much they can send to a facility that doesn't technically exist. Build an expedition center, and we'll be able to gather genome from some lesser-used dig sites. You know, to avoid drawing attention to the whole secret island thing.
Recently, we managed to get funding for dedicated maintenance teams on the island. They can't fix years of neglected infrastructure, but they can keep things actually working, and I consider that a win. Details. My point being, let's build a maintenance facility to keep this newly established site running smoothly. And naturally, let's make sure they're covering all this new infrastructure by assigning them to maintenance posts. Look at that. We've got all the parts to make this place a hotbed for research. Nicely done, new recruit. This area is really coming together. Nice job. Oh, and it looks like there's just one more priority assignment to deal with. But I'm sure plenty more assignments are coming when we finish that one. A critical part of any research site is having a crack team of scientists to handle various tasks. That's right, we need to go on a hiring spree. Of course, I tend to prefer machinery to people, and I'm pretty sure Callie prefers dinosaurs. That leaves you to make the judgment call on who to bring on board. Those new hires will do nicely. Great picks. Oh, and just so you know, it's sort of an unwritten policy here to never refer to a new hire as fresh meat. Let's not tempt fate, right?
Hey, I just wanted to say, you're really impressing me. And I definitely can't call you new recruit anymore. So, along with your new status of coworker, you've been assigned a handful of assignments. These ones aren't priority, but they're still important. Standard assignments are the bulk of our work, and they're how we prove we can be trusted to deal with the priority stuff. So, dear colleague, time for you to choose what we're working on next.
Okay, the island's quarantine site has been hit with a technical issue, and we've been drafted in to help. A group of dinosaurs are inbound, so we should probably expect a full smorgasbord of ailments.
Be there soon.
Asset transportation in progress.
There we go. The animals are being flown in now. I feel for them. I hate traveling when I'm sick.
Those poor things. We need to help them, whatever it takes. Let's see what we're dealing with first. Send an MVU team to perform a medical scan. Small herbivores are more prone to infectious diseases because they tend to have bigger herd sizes. Let's just count ourselves lucky none of these ailments are overly contagious.
Exit confirmed.
Right. I'm not seeing any more ailments, so I think we've managed it.
Let's just keep an eye on things for a bit. Make sure we don't have flare-ups or anything. Whew, that could have been a lot worse. The team from our quarantine site appreciates you. And I'm sure those small herbivores do too.
The park wants something special for display. And tell me, what's more special than family, huh? See, the species I've got in mind is actually a very distant cousin of us mammals, the Dimetrodon.
We've been asked for a specific trait, though, so we'll need to do some testing. That means synthesis, then observation.
Otherwise known as the old Paleo 1-2.
Genetic modification will improve our odds of getting the trait we need. That's done in the hatchery, before we actually synthesize the genome.
Synthesis is underway. Excellent. I, for one, can't wait to see the Dimetrodon in person.
Oh, yeah, I was meaning to ask you, Dale. You accurately pointed out that they're a distant cousin of us mammals. So tell me, how much of a family resemblance to you should I be expecting? I'm guessing a lot.
Yes, Callie, I inherited the Dimetrodon's impressive back sail. I can't believe you never noticed it before.
Incubation personnel, please stand by. Commencing synthesis procedure. En route to collect the asset. Asset being transported. Confirming asset delivery. Prepare asset for release. Asset requiring collection.
So strange to think we're more biologically related to those animals than any other asset we work on here.
Funny how much can happen in 300 million years, huh? Anyway, we're almost done with this assignment. All we need now is to gather some data.
Time to analyze that animal. Our drones are outfitted with scanners custom built for research, so that's what we'll use. Just head to a hatchery, take control of a drone, and then scan the dinosaur from multiple angles to get all the data we need. Analyzing animals will also bag us some extra funding and let us optimize how to genetically modify the species. As if you needed more motivation to get that sweet, sweet data, right? Good work. Look at you, advancing humanity's knowledge of prehistoric genomes.
Asset delivered.
keeping the animals happy while we study them isn't always easy. Sauropods, especially cohabitating ones, need a lot of space to thrive. And thriving is always the aim. New arrivals are inbound now, so let's start with meeting their needs, then tackle visibility later.
Asset has been collected. Transporting asset. Asset transportation complete. After patrol. Asset delivered.
Before we reinvent the viewing gallery, let's try and improve visibility with the tools we have. It might reveal where we can improve things. Okay, I have an idea, but it's percolating. So gather some data while my breakthrough brews. Good work. And good photo, too. One for the staff room wall. Oh, and I do have an idea to help us study animals in huge enclosures. All the best ideas are inspired by nature, and this one comes from our long-necked assets themselves. We can research that whenever, but for now, let's wrap this assignment up. Alrighty. Most of our funding comes from assignments, but we'll only be losing money if we don't maintain a site's economic engine too. Workers are key to that. To bring more workers to the site, we need animals with high enough research appeal to justify those workers spending their time here.
More workers also gets us more funding, and money is always handy to, pay for things we need.
So, more interesting animals equals more workers, which also equals more cash. Everybody wins. Couple of funding pointers that I didn't mention before. Your finances are shared between all of the locations you oversee. That means one unprofitable research site hits the whole budget, so it's worth keeping an eye on things. Productivity also factors into making money, so watch out for your fellow workers too. Happy workers make for a happy budget.
You've all been busy while I was away. Very impressive.
Well, we aim to please, ma'am. You said you were talking to the park?
Yes, well, I've worked with the lead geneticist there before, and they've always been ambitious. A vision for the future is a wonderful thing, but not when it makes you blind to what's in front of you. But for now, I'd like to recognize your hard work by giving you all more responsibility. There are a couple of other locations that I'd like you to set up as fully fledged research sites. The island's luscious ancient valley, under your management, will be a space to research natural behaviors. It's currently home to the remarkable Titanosaurus, and I'd like you to try and naturally breed them. The Riverside laboratory, on the other hand, will specialize in semi-aquatic animals. A rather intimidating-looking T-Rex is enclosed there now, and your first task will be to study how it hunts. It's a lot of responsibility, I know, but you've more than earned my trust. Now, your funding does have to cover all 3 of these sites. And one site's profit or loss will affect your finances everywhere else, so keep an eye on that budget. Oh, and each site is already connected to the island's geothermal pipe network. I'm sure we'll get a chance to upgrade it at some point, but it should provide more than enough power for now. The island and its resources are at your disposal, but what you work on next is, well, entirely up to you.
Pretty great view, isn't it? The labs around here are all about synthesizing prehistoric life. Usually prehistoric life with a nasty bite who'll happily chase you on land or water. Not that that specific situation has happened. Usually the chasing is just on land. I'm sure you'll be fine.
I warn you, I'm not overly pleased to be giving out this assignment. But I do understand the reasoning behind the research. It concerns that astounding example of a T-Rex.
Impressive, right? Its metabolism has been tweaked to make it more physically intimidating. I like to think of it as a different flavor of Tyrant King.
Well said. Now, we need to understand how that physical change affects its hunting behaviors. And goats won't really give us the data we need. So?
Yeah, so we give the T-Rex another dinosaur to hunt. Seems simple to me.
How, morally pragmatic of you. Well, it sounds like you have a plan. So I'll be off for now then.
Incubation. Prepare asset.
I swear, the technology in this place is just getting worse.
A lot of it is super old legacy in-gen tech. What do you expect? We're pushing science forward at a breakneck pace, so not much time to fix what was built before.
Great. What could go wrong neglecting core infrastructure?
Okay, the hunt begins. Let's make sure we collect some data. Remember, recording your results is what makes this science, not just sending animals to their doom.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, buddy. T-Rex hunting is really something. The impact tremors, the speed. But spectacle aside, we've got the data we needed. We can close this assignment off and, tidy up any mess in that enclosure.
Wow, what progress! You're impressing the right people, I can tell you that. Don't worry, I haven't spent all this time with my feet up. There's a lot of island to oversee, and how shall I put this? Various projects I still don't have access to. Even as a director here, I'm being told things are on a need-to-know basis. But don't let me bother you with all that. When you're ready, there's an assignment on the other research site that I'd appreciate your help with.
Asset in transit.
Receiving asset.
Asset collection request received.
Welcome to the one section of the island guaranteed to have minimal human influence. The Ancient Valley. It's beautiful, green, my personal happy place, and the perfect environment to study natural dinosaur behaviors. What more could you want in a research site?
Once upon a time, InGen went to great lengths to avoid dinosaur breeding. The company's new leadership is a touch more open to the idea, and we get to take the first steps. The task is simple in theory. Create a juvenile Titanosaurus through natural breeding. Best of luck staying focused, what with the wonders of life playing out in front of you.
Glad they're asking for the Titanosaurus here. Beyond them being incredible animals, we can gather its genome ourselves to help create males. After building an expedition center, at least. If we get any downtime while our dig teams do their thing, we could pick up a contract or two. Extra funding can't hurt while we're bringing prehistoric giants back to life, right? It's a small island, which helps us share expedition resources between areas. For every site you have an expedition center in, we'll be able to send out more simultaneous dig teams. If you want more fossil storage too, make sure you've got a science center in each of your sites.
Okay, that's all the genome we need. There's a hatchery already built in the main valley area, so I'd recommend using that one for synthesis. Okay, I think there's a breeding pair in there, so good work. Now we can use the nest our ecology team designed. They live and breathe dinosaur behavior, so it should do the job.
What do you know? They laid eggs. Either our nest design team were spot on, or these dinosaurs really aren't picky.
Either way, all we can do now is wait and hope that juvenile dinosaurs like the nest too.
Ah, wait and hope. My favorite part of the scientific process. You know, could be a good time to do a contract or two, earn a bit more funding. Or, and I really mean this, I'm happy to just sit and stare at that nest.
Heading to pick up the asset. Transit has commenced.
Well, isn't that the most heartwarming little bundle of genetic information you ever saw?
Weirdly put, but you're not wrong. That little face would melt the stoniest of hearts.
And loosen the tightest of wallets. Nice drone piloting there. We should have all the data we need, so that's this assignment complete. Oh, that was the last priority assignment for now. No doubt the higher-ups are happy with you, so good job. Until they give us another priority, we should tackle other assignments on the old to-do list. You might not know this, but Ile Saint-Hubert is actually trialing the maintenance team as a part of core infrastructure. It's gone well, and the maintenance staff are great, but we haven't done a real stress test of the ATVs yet. So, and I say this with absolute conviction, do your worst.
Transportation underway.
I asked you to stress test the ATV, and you definitely tested it. Hopefully not too hard, because turns out I'll have to explain any damage to the higher-ups. But that's a me problem. Good job on this one.
Hello? Is this still working? Oh, I hate comm systems. If you can hear me over the alarms in here, the island's core computer system is really unhappy. I'm worried that it's the geothermal power system acting up, but more urgently, our friends in the open-air aviary seem uncomfortable. I've set you an assignment to check in.
I know you were worried, Miss Halford, but I'm not seeing any issues with the geothermal power system. Probably just a blip from software as old as me. But I'll run a diagnostic anyway.
Thank you. Oh, and the mutadons seem to react to the alarms, so I'm worried that they're agitated. Could we check on them?
Okay, problem. The power has gone down.
The aviary. No power, no barrier, which means
We have a containment breach. This is bad.
Deal with the power issue, recontain the animals. You are the perfect team to handle this, but handle it fast.
Attention, personnel collected.
Thank you, really, for saving so many workers. You're all rather good in a crisis, I'd say. This breakout just proves what I've been saying. Creating new animals like the Mutadon just isn't safe.
Oh, I think the creating new animal ship has sailed. Multiple ships. The Armada has sailed.
You're implying that there are other projects like the Mutadon? Dale Mullins, what do you know about the research I still don't have access to?
Nothing. Not implying, not saying a thing. Do I need a lawyer?
Oh, Dale's being modest. He's helped design infrastructure for some real top-secret stuff, even some of the underground containment.
Underground containment? It's fine. I'm not here to make my team squirm, but I am going to interrogate my superiors again. In the meantime, we can't afford any more incidents like that power fault. Please look into potential upgrades for the geothermal network.
Lily is seriously sticking her neck out about the Mutadon thing. Tally, you're more of a behaviorist than me, so tell me, what happens when a strong animal with sharp teeth sees an undefended neck?
In her defense, Lily just wants us to do things the right way. I trust her.
Hey, I'm easy. As long as there's interesting work, I like being here. I just like us to have the same director of operations for more than a few months.
Hello again, everyone. Tell me, what does the phrase more teeth mean to you?
A health and safety problem for our ranger teams? I don't, are we missing something here?
No. It was part of the directive for a specific project I'm trying to access, but I suppose it wouldn't have been said to the team on the ground. Never mind. There are some other priority assignments I'd like your expert attention on. They should be available to you now. This facility is my responsibility, and I fear I'm digging up projects that are hidden for a reason. I need us to be ready if the worst should happen.
Ma'am, I have to say, maybe some things should be left hidden. Otherwise, the worst happening might be less of an if and more of a when.
Trust me, secrets in this business don't stay contained for long, which is why we need to be ready. Everyone, put this site through its paces.
task.
soon. We'll get on it.
Request acknowledged.
I think we're ready to test containment integrity. If there are no breakouts, then I feel a little better about Lily discovering ol' V23. And if something does go wrong,
Well, that's why I keep telling you to take up running. Okay, fine. I'll take the bait. By V23, you mean the 23rd version of the genome for that special secret project I still can't know about?
oh, Callie, please. I've already said too much.
Delivery has been completed. Transporting asset. Transportation complete. Transit has commenced.
Excellent work. You've given me a lot of confidence that we can prevent disaster. I think we'll all sleep a little easier tonight. You know, I've been working with de-extinct animals since they were first synthesized, but I never thought too much about how they are brought back. The research involved, the trials and errors of facilities like this. What scares me is wondering how much trial, error, and worse happened on Ile Saint-Hubert before I even arrived. Sorry. Just thinking out loud. Please, take on another assignment.
Animals, as it turns out, tend to move around. Some of them move around a whole lot. You know what doesn't move around? A worker planted in a viewing gallery. Research tours are the fix. They'll let workers observe animals within their habitats and from different angles. Much better data.
If you didn't catch the subtext there, it's that Dale wants to be driven around while he works.
Hey, I care about good data. It just so happens that my feet hurt sometimes too.
pick up the asset. En route to pick up the asset. Asset in transit.
Wir betreten und verlassen der Fahrzeuge der Jurassic Tour auf.
Delivery complete. Asset being transported.
Tengan cuidado al subir y bajar.
Synthesis procedure complete. En route to pick up the asset. Transportation underway. Transit has commenced. Asset has been delivered.
Exit.
Asset transported. Assets in the air. Asset delivered. Task received. Confirmed. Assets in the air. Asset has been collected. Asset transportation complete. Asset has been transported.
Asset reported. Asset reported.
Heading to pick up the asset. En route to pick up the asset. En route to collect the asset. Transporting asset. Delivery has been completed.
Hey, the workers are happy with the new infrastructure, so great job. And some extra good news. We're approved to construct wider paths in our research sites. It'll make it even easier for workers to get from A to B.
And if the park starts working us any harder, from C to D to E to F as well. Our understanding of prehistoric giants is, smaller than we'd like. Studying a juvenile should fill in some of the gaps, though. That's our priority here.
To study a juvenile sauropod, though, first you must have a juvenile sauropod. So there's our starting point.
Heading to collect the asset.
I'll fix up this damage, no problem.
Understood. En route for repair. Adding to the list. Understood. It's on the to-do list.
Okay, excellent. Time to look into that juvenile's behaviors. Fair warning, juvenile sauropods are a bit more energetic than the adults, so you might have to be quick with the camera. Great pictures. Nicely done. This will definitely give us the information we needed.
Managing disease among larger meat-eaters is proving challenging for the park and very expensive. We need to find a way to keep that cost down. I'll leave figuring out the solution to the experts. You.
Disease versus the accounting department. A fight for the ages.
The lab team were looking into this a while ago, and they had some interesting theoretical solutions. This is why I love being a technician, though. Theory is great, but we get to put it into practice. Larger animals tend to have different breeding behaviors to smaller ones, but prehistoric giants get most of the attention. Harder to overlook them, for many reasons. In the interest of science, let's naturally breed some Compsognathus.
Transportation underway. Transporting asset.
Male and female dinosaurs, check. High comfort, check. That just leaves the right nest.
Are those compy eggs? Oh, I can't wait.
that repair job.
Oh, wow. So tiny. Absolutely remarkable. You realize this hasn't happened for millions and millions of years? Naturally bred Compsognathus, leaving the nest. Okay, let's make sure the whole herd is comfortable now they have new arrivals.
Callie's having a great time watching the compies and calling it work. So, let me be the one to assess our performance. We gathered useful data, gained heartwarming memories, and avoided anyone getting eaten. Yeah, I'd say that's some good work.
Managing disease among larger meat-eaters is proving challenging for the park and very expensive. We need to find a way to keep that cost down. I'll leave figuring out the solution to the experts. You.
Disease versus the accounting department. A fight for the ages.
The lab team were looking into this a while ago, and they had some interesting theoretical solutions. This is why I love being a technician, though. Theory is great, but we get to put it into practice.
Word around the water cooler is that there's a growing interest in venomous dinosaurs at the park. Let's get ahead of the game and study that trait over a full lifespan. In other words, let's get at least one juvenile Dilophosaurus. First things first, we'll need a breeding pair. And just so you know, it is one of my favorite animals, but that fact had no bearing on me suggesting it. I am, as I'm sure you've noticed, a professional.
control. Task received. Controlling the area. Adding to the list. Setting additional task. No problem. Asset to be collected. Heading to pick up the asset. Acknowledging asset collection request. Commencing asset transit.
Seems like a good breeding pair. Let's hope there's chemistry.
Sure, but it's biology that'll give us eggs.
Asset in transit. Asset delivered. Transportation in progress. Asset has been delivered. Confirming asset delivery.
Fantastic work. We've got Dilophosaurus eggs. Waiting for them to hatch is now my entire focus. I've cleared my schedule. What a little marvel. Hard to believe something that small can generate such deadly venom. All the more reason to keep them calm and comfortable. Okay, excellent. Now we can study how Dilophosaurus venom changes as it ages. It'll probably lead to more assignments down the line, but for now, I think we're good. Feel free to stick around and watch the Dilophosaurus, by the way. Just, stay out of spitting range.
Managing disease among larger meat-eaters is proving challenging for the park and very expensive. We need to find a way to keep that cost down. I'll leave figuring out the solution to the experts. You.
Disease versus the accounting department. A fight for the ages.
The lab team were looking into this a while ago, and they had some interesting theoretical solutions. This is why I love being a technician, though. Theory is great, but we get to put it into practice.
Commencing synthesis procedure. Synthesis proceed. Asset collection request received.
The data suggests that this new trait will destroy any foreign pathogens in the dinosaur system. That should mean total disease resistance, but... Well, I mean, in theory, it'll make it more resistant to everything. This animal might be venom resistant too.
Wait, venom resistant? As in we have an excuse to synthesize my favorite dinosaur?
Yes, we do. We should bring in a Dilophosaurus and run a proper test. But maybe a little less enthusiasm about pitting two animals against one another.
Oh, I'm not enthusiastic about that part at all. But I find that the methods we have to use are a lot easier to swallow when I don't think about them too much. It's not a perfect coping mechanism, but it works.
Perfect. The genetic engineering went well. Now we wait and see if a new trait expresses itself.
Asset collection request received.
Okay, so not venom resistant, but venom immune. Uh-oh.
Yeah, uh-oh. If it's immune to venom, then its tranquilizer resistance is probably way too high as well. Hopefully I'm wrong, but let's just test the theory.
I see you've developed a dangerous animal that's near immune to tranquilization. Well, let's file this assignment as work in progress for now, and not mention too much to the park.
Miss Halford, I was wondering, why are you pushing so hard on accessing all the island's research? Other directors have just accepted how it is here.
Blind acceptance, I think, is how problems become catastrophes.
But isn't blind acceptance just a natural response to feeling powerless? I think psychologists call it learned helplessness.
I prefer to think that we're never really helpless. There's always something to be tried, at least. But please, leave all this worrying to me. That's why I'm here. Ferocious predators aren't the only dinosaurs that appeal to the theme park-going public. Smaller, more docile animals sell tickets too. I'd like you to create the park's next potential star. With a slight catch. This one needs an extra hook, as the marketing team described it. I think an experimental trait of some kind would do the trick.
I actually have the perfect animal in mind for this assignment. Small, docile, and I put good money on it being one of the cutest we've ever made. The Aqualops.
Hey, great idea. Plus, we can gather Aqualops' genome ourselves. And I do love sending out an expedition, partly to find out what they bring back, partly because I have an X on one of the dig teams, and it's way easier on both of us if they're on a different continent sometimes.
Commencing synthesis procedure. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
For release.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Look at that. Oh, wow. I am just grinning here. It's absolutely adorable.
Callie. You have got to start using the park's language. It's not adorable. It's merchandisable.
Clever. Well, either way, let's gather some data and round this assignment off.
By all accounts, a very stable genome. The park will be pleased with your work, but not as much as I am. Well done. I've just been told about a situation in the underground lab. I've set this as a high priority assignment. Accept it, and let's see what we can do to help. The underground lab has faced the same technical troubles that we have. A highly classified asset needs to be moved to better containment with some urgency, but the tunnel doors are failing below ground. Which means we need to help move that asset above ground instead. I'm told that it's been given soporifics, so should be easy to manage.
I guess you're getting your wish to find out what this secret research actually involved.
I'd have preferred just reading a file. What is that?
It certainly does inspire awe, among other things.
Polydactylism, hydrocephalus, skeletal abnormalities. But it looks strong. This is what you helped work on, Dale?
Yep. There it is. The Distortus Rex.
That animal should not exist, and the park knows it. That's why they hid it away. I intend to confront them about that creature later. For now, tranquilize it as soon as possible.
Bit recorded.
It didn't work. Why didn't the tranquilizers work?
We don't know the dosage. We barely know anything about it.
We know one thing. It did not like being shot at.
This is now an emergency. There's a secure area near the dam, but we need to get that animal over there.
The lights. There were red flashing lights on some of the machines. And it stared at him all the time. The ranger teams have flares.
And that's the plan. We need to take control of a ranger vehicle, grab the Distortus Rex's attention with a flare, and then guide it to that secure area. Not a task for the faint of heart. Working. Draw it deep into the secure area and we can lock it down. Almost there. Complete destruction, barely avoided yet again. This facility is remarkable. Full of talented workers and pioneering work, but
It exists on a knife edge, making creatures not suited for this world. How long? Really, how long can Il Saint Hubert avoid its own end? And how long before the dark secrets hidden here are dragged into the light? You should know, I've decided to return to the park. But don't worry. I'll make sure that the Distortus Rex is back underground before I leave.
Wait, I think we should enclose it above ground. For research. See how it responds and behaves. Imagine the data we could gather.
Data? It's going to break out again.
Miss Halford... Miss Halford, the Distortus Rex isn't a perfect animal, but it is an animal. As your last act here, please, let it live like an animal. Fresh air, stars, sunsets, just for a while.
Okay, I understand. On your head be it, but I'll see what I can do before I leave. Goodbye, everyone. I wish you all the best. I really do.
There goes another director of operations. A shame, too. She had a good heart.
Lily may be gone, but the work isn't. Plenty of assignments left for us to pick up, and I want to observe the Distortus Rex a little more.
Very true, the work doesn't end. But I wouldn't have it any other way. Plus, the heavily discounted snacks don't hurt.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel.
I think I know how this experiment will go, but I guess all we can do now is make notes. There is one reassuring thing about the Distortus Rex. I definitely know where I stand with it. Far, far away. Hopefully behind multiple fences.
You've seen how quietly it can move. The Distortus Rex could break out one day, creep up behind you, and you wouldn't even know it's there.
Always a pleasure working with you, Callie.
Likewise. Though, you're right. I'll close this assignment off, but we do need to monitor the Distortus Rex's behavior. And step in if things get out of hand. Note that I said if, not when. I guess I am an optimist after all.
En route to pick up the asset.
Right, it's about time we did a large-scale study of natural breeding. Part of the test here is how easy it'd be for the park to roll it out too. So, work like your every action is being monitored. Start by getting a good population of potential breeding pairs.
Asset transportation underway. Have detected power outages across the site. Available personnel, please respond. Starting patrol. Quest acknowledged. It's on the to-do list. Area being patrolled.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand.
Okay, the population has been established, so breeding can commence. We're gonna need a good number of juveniles for this one, so let's make sure the enclosures are ready for them. That's a fantastic amount of data, even if the site is becoming more and more like a dinosaur daycare. Oh, who am I kidding? I don't have a heart of stone. The juveniles are incredible, and you handled this one better than I ever could.
Acknowledged.
Once the Distortus Rex is moved back to underground containment, I doubt the surface teams will see it again. This is our opportunity to study it.
I gotta say, it is an interesting animal. It moves and behaves almost like it's uncomfortable in its own body.
Yeah, its brain probably doesn't have a perfect map of its unusual physiology. Nothing in its genome would prepare it for having arms like that.
Well, that makes two of us unprepared for those arms.
It's got an illness. We need to find out what that is and treat it ASAP. I'm not surprised, though. Animals with a lot of mutations like this often have trouble keeping disease at bay. We're learning more about its metabolism, but it's going to be years before we fully understand it.
Well, you know the park won't wait years. They know what they want, and they'll keep pushing for it until it happens. What did Lily say the directive was? More teeth?
I don't want to learn about the Distortus Rex because the park tells me to. I want to learn because it's there. Questions without answers. Don't you feel that itch at the back of your brain? Creating a report on our animals takes two things: a lot of paperwork and a lot of pictures. Believe it or not, I actually like paperwork, so I need you to cover the photography. When you're ready, let's start by capturing different behaviors. Okay, good. Next up, we need some images of the animals socializing with one another.
Exit confirmed.
Great. Let's just make sure we have coverage across multiple species, and then I think we're done. Those photos are great. I'm sure the higher-ups will appreciate your eye for a good shot.
And we have plenty of material to make a calendar one day. You know, in case we ever have time for a hobby.
Animals get a security rating based on their power and how much of a risk to life they pose. Basically, how hard they are to contain.
We can use those ratings to improve our containment designs, but the higher-ups say we have to do that by pitting actual animals against our fences. I did tell them there are other ways to test a fence, but maybe that kind of thinking is why I'm not cut out for management? Oh well.
Let's start by bringing in a couple of dinosaurs. We'll get to the fence testing next.
Procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by. Commencing synthesis procedure. Incubation.
Right. Great. Now, happy dinosaurs don't tend to rebel or lash out, so we need to make these ones uncomfortable. There aren't many situations where I'd ask you to deprive an animal of something it needs, but, well, here we are.
Asset delivered. Asset being transported. Asset delivery confirmed.
Well, who could have seen that coming? At least we can improve our fences with all that beautiful data we've gathered.
Firstly, let's recontain that animal as a priority. And secondly, Dale, please stop calling Data beautiful.
We need to gather some data to improve our containment again. And you know what that means. Time to see how a powerful dinosaur rips a fence apart. Which is fine. I mean, it's not like professional technicians spent their precious time putting that fence up or anything.
A dinosaur will need to be uncomfortable before it attacks a fence. So, you'll need to deprive it of an environmental need for a bit. At least it's just temporary.
Great work and all, but we're gonna need a bigger fence.
Yes, we are. But first, time to get that animal properly contained and comfortable.
We're researching more and more dangerous dinosaurs, and I'm not convinced our fences are up to holding them in.
Which really is their one job.
Before we can work on our fence designs, we need to know what they have to withstand. So, first things first, let's bring in some test subjects.
Asset in transit. Confirming asset. Request acknowledged. On it.
Our fences might not be strong enough to withstand a powerful dinosaur, but you know what is? Another powerful dinosaur. Seeing them fight will give us all the data we need.
It's never great making animals fight, but this data could save lives. Make sure the animals are in the same territory and keep your distance.
Transit has commenced. Asset delivered.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Okay, understood.
Transporting asset. Delivery has been completed. En route to collect the asset. Mission complete. Transporting asset. Delivery has been completed. Heading to collect the asset. Asset to be collected. Asset in transit. Asset has been collected. Asset transportation in progress. Asset transportation complete. Asset has been delivered. Transportation complete.
Phew. Wow. Yeah, my poor heart barely stood up to seeing that, let alone our fences. I've also got some new material for my nightmares, so, the good with the bad.
Asset requiring collection.
Both Velociraptor and Pteranodon are social animals, but the Mutodon is currently being contained alone.
So bringing in another Mutodon might help keep it calm, and less, bloodthirsty, if it ever escapes.
Or they'll be even more dangerous as a pair.
Guess that's why they built this facility on an isolated island, right?
Asset has been collected. Asset transportation. On it.
Wow. No matter what Lily says, I think the Mutodon are beautiful.
I won't be putting a framed picture on my wall, but hard not to be impressed.
Okay, excellent. I say we can close off this assignment. We won't see the benefits of this for a while anyway. If there are benefits at all, obviously.
For the sake of how well I sleep at night, let's assume there will be benefits.
The lead geneticist from the park is a pioneer in de-extinction, and Ilsan Hubert wouldn't be what it is without his vision. There are some notes from his early work regarding these two specific dinosaurs, and I assume it was to test cohabitation. The records are partially redacted, even to us. If we replicate his work as best we can, maybe we'll discover something new. Flying reptiles are what really captured my imagination when I was younger. As an adult working here, I appreciate them all the more for just how much we can learn from them. Naturally breeding one of the largest flying animals to ever live, the Quetzalcoatlus, could lead to some real breakthroughs in genetic modification. All we need to start is a breeding pair, which I'll leave in your expert hands.
It's on the to-do list.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Adding to the list. Responding to repair request.
Adding to the list.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation.
En route for repair. Acknowledged. Transporting asset.
Time to get some nest eggs, meaning a nest and then some eggs. Yeah, well, I thought it was clever.
En route for repair.
The Mutodon might be the deadliest animal in the skies, but the Quetzalcoatlus is definitely the most striking. And now we're just a short wait from having a juvenile to admire too.
Oh, look at its little beak. Well, relatively little. Compared to most other beaked animals, even this juvenile is large. But I was right. This assignment has given us new insights into genetic engineering. So there's a lot to be proud of in this one.
Confirming asset delivery. Transportation complete.
The lead geneticist from the park is a pioneer in de-extinction, and Il-san Hubert wouldn't be what it is without his vision. There are some notes from his early work regarding these two specific dinosaurs, and I assume it was to test cohabitation. The records are partially redacted, even to us. If we replicate his work as best we can, maybe we'll discover something new.
It just hit me. Modern dinosaurs have been around for years, but modern dinosaur parents? Grandparents? That's new ground we're breaking. So let's not stop there. Time to keep growing that herbivore family tree. Word on the highly secure and confidential grapevine is that the park is looking into some kind of velociraptor training program. I hear they've got some great animals to work with already, but they're looking for the best and brightest. That's where our dinosaur creation expertise comes in.
Now, we've been asked for a specific number of raptors, but it seems like we have some freedom on how to get them, be that synthesis or natural breeding. Let's get to it.
Synthesis procedure complete. Synthesis procedure. Incubation synthesis procedure complete. Incubation
That's a good number of velociraptors. Let's choose the most promising to send over to the park. We'll need to tranquilize them first, then use the transport team to send them away.
Asset reported.
Acknowledging asset collection. Assets in the air. Asset in transit. Transporting asset.
Hey, great job. No doubt they'll be excellent candidates for the park's training program. Can't imagine what kind of person would be running that program, but best of luck to them.
Oh, did I miss sending the raptors off? And I didn't get to give them crucial life advice. You know, like, don't give in to peer pressure if a bigger dinosaur tells you to eat your handlers.
If it helps, I don't think the raptors would have understood you if you had told them.
That doesn't help, Callie. But I appreciate you trying.
Everyone is excited about our breakthroughs in dinosaur breeding. But we should do more research before pushing anything toward the park. Let's do some dedicated research on how our work applies to the three major types of animal we handle: land animals, marine animals, and flying reptiles.
Question. Is this actual research or a thinly veiled excuse for you to see more juveniles?
It can be both. No more questions.
Patrol. Resuming patrol. Acknowledged.
Be there soon. New request received.
Heading on patrol. Request acknowledged.
We've got marine reptiles on the way. They've been showing some interesting new behaviors, so it's on us to study them.
There's not much behavior to study from beached marine reptiles, though, so let's get a lagoon built. A big one, too. Nice, not a bad-looking lagoon at all. And its new inhabitants are almost here.
Okay, some of them seem strangely happy to cohabitate, but not all of them. Which means the friendlier species in that lagoon are in real danger. I want to intervene, but we have to see how this plays out first. Interesting. Those animals wouldn't usually cohabitate. This must be the new behavior the other team mentioned. Honestly, I won't complain if that incoming Mosasaurus is friendlier. That behemoth has starred in my nightmares for years. Well, let's see what happens when all the animals are delivered.
Asset has been transported. Delivery has been completed.
We got the data we needed. Let's fix this. Those peaceful animals will never be happy while the, let's say, less peaceful ones are around. We should separate the species that doesn't have the new trait into a different lagoon. Sooner rather than later.
Or, and I'm just laying out our options here, we wait and let the whole thing solve itself. Saves building a new enclosure.
Really, Mullins? You're happy letting them fight?
Well, no, but considering every solution is why we're paid the big bucks. Or at least the medium bucks. Right, situation resolved. And we learned a thing or two. Not a bad day.
Everyone is excited about our breakthroughs in dinosaur breeding. But we should do more research before pushing anything toward the park. Let's do some dedicated research on how our work applies to the three major types of animal we handle. Land animals, marine animals, and flying reptiles.
Question. Is this actual research or a thinly veiled excuse for you to see more juveniles?
It can be both. No more questions.
Acknowledged.
Sure thing.
Commencing synthesis.
Collect an asset.
Incubation complete. Set for release. synthesis procedure.
Let's deploy the...
Hey, great flying reptile to choose for a natural breeding test. I wonder, if I saw that little thing flying above me, would I admire and appreciate it as much as I am now, or would I absolutely freak out? I guess I could do both.
Inbound on that repair request. Asset. On route to collect the asset. Heading to pick up the asset. Confirming asset delivery. Underway. Setting additional tasks. Confirmed. Damage here. Confirmed.
Wow. I've never actually been a fan of the ocean, or the things that lurk in it, but that juvenile might make me change my mind. More importantly, this reinforces our theories on naturally breeding aquatic animals. Excellent.
Stand by. Commencing synthesis procedure.
Collecting asset. Asset to be collected. Assets in the air. Commencing asset transit. Transportation complete. Picking up asset. Asset collection request received.
It isn't easy staying professional around animals as cute as those juveniles, but we managed it. I'm proud of us.
Big news! We've isolated the genes responsible for Dilophosaurus venom production. And now we know how it works, we can really have fun with it. A bit of genetic engineering, and I think you'll like the result.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Commencing asset tran.
Synthesis procedure complete.
Right. The experimental trait has taken hold, which means... well, this really isn't my main field. Callie, what does it mean?
Interesting. Well, on paper, I'd say we've made its natural venom even more potent.
More potent? Let's take that off the page and into reality then. We need that Dilophosaurus to attack another dinosaur.
Commencing asset transit.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel.
Delivery has been completed. Asset has been transported.
Yeah, definitely more potent. I thought the Dilophosaurus couldn't get more impressive, but here we are.
Thinking about it, we can probably transfer those genes into other animals. It needs more testing, but there's no reason that we couldn't create, I don't know, a venomous T-Rex?
Oh yeah, because giant predators aren't deadly enough already. Okay, I'm joking, but I'm excited. We need to explore our options there sometime.
In a previous assignment, we dealt with marine reptiles that were showing an unusual new social behavior. It took us a beat, but we've now figured out what was going on. Turns out, it was some kind of genetic quirk that changed how they identified threats. Or, I should say, that it stopped them identifying threats altogether. It's what made them okay with cohabitating with species they'd usually dislike. In the wild, an animal that behaved like that wouldn't exactly thrive.
But in a paleo theme park, that kind of control is too juicy to ignore. We've got to try and replicate that trait.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by. Commencing synthesis procedure.
Acknowledging asset collection request.
Ah, I think we have a new trait there. Time to test it. But the question remains, will they be friend or foe?
Delivery complete.
And there it is. Who knew all it took to create harmony was invasive genetic engineering?
I am not going to touch that statement. I do think this is looking positive, though, and could have huge implications. I mean, imagine the park being able to show whatever animals they want in the same enclosure. As long as the animals don't start cooperating to hunt humans, I think we're onto something here.
requiring correction.
To put it mildly, we all work long hours. Everyone here loves what they do, sure, but we're still human, and no amount of passion will give you an inhuman level of stamina. I don't need to tell you that low energy in a dinosaur lab is a recipe for disaster.
Exactly. And the powers that be know that. They don't have a solution, but they know that.
As a temporary fix, they're hoping sugar will solve the energy problems. We could all stand here and argue the logic, but you know what? I wouldn't mind some free candy now and then. We might be working people to the bone, but at least they've got snacks now.
I still consider this assignment a net positive. I mean, really. It's not like candy can do any more harm than some of the animals we work with. Let's go get ourselves a sugar rush, then wrap this assignment up as a job well done. You hear the words tropical island, and you think of sun, sand, relaxing surf. No one ever talks about the infrastructure-shattering storms we get sometimes. Like the one that's gonna hit us real soon. Make sure we, and more specifically, the maintenance team, are ready.
Transit.
Okay, brace yourself. And leave the umbrella at home. I'm not sure it'll help. What will help is staying on top of repairs. If key infrastructure goes down, bad weather will be the least of our worries. Right. The worst is over. I think we're in the clear. You really kept your head out there. And that's not easy in winds as strong as that, so good job. We do need some storm defense upgrades before next time, though. Trust me, that's not the last storm this place will ever see.
Synthesizing dinosaurs will pretty much always give you clones of a species. We're always using the same genome, after all. Dinosaur breeding mixes that genome up, though, and introduces a lot of complications. Inheritance, mutation, nurture. Because of that, any issues with a genome will compound across naturally bred generations and reveal cracks in the underlying work. The idea of naturally breeding carnivores with unstable genomes doesn't thrill a lot of people here. So it's time we tested this out. Oh, look at that! Be honest, will you ever get tired of seeing juvenile dinosaurs? No other way to say it. That animal looks genetically stable to me. Long-term study will tell all, but I think we can close this assignment off. Great work. To truly understand an animal, you need to study every aspect of it, and that includes behaviors that scare us. Or at least, ones that scare Dale. The more unsavory behaviors like fighting don't get as much attention, and now we need to fix that. Luckily, large carnivores have aggression hardwired into them. Let's release two species that don't tend to get along into the same territory and let nature take its course.
Synthesis.
Asset collection request received. Asset has been...
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Asset delivered.
Synthesis procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stay.
great photograph of a dramatic situation. I'm closing off this assignment, but I recommend you separate those animals before we lose one of them. In my experience, it's never just one fight, if you catch my drift. Okay, hear me out. It's really rare in the wild, but a handful of modern animals are biologically immortal. They can't die from old age. There are a few ways that this works, but the one I'm most interested in is when an animal's cell repair functions are so efficient that the cells don't wear down over time. And here's the great part. I think we can apply that to modern dinosaurs. Imagine the park having an animal loved the world over, that generations of guests can enjoy. But one thing at a time. Let's see if we can actually make that mutation manifest.
Asset to be collected.
You managed it. Well, there does seem to be some cell aging, but it's so slow you can barely see it. And it can still get sick or die from combat.
Don't worry, this is how Mullins processes utter amazement. When he's done picking holes, his jaw will hit the ground. While we wait, let's collect some data.
All right. I've picked all the holes I can, and I am nothing but impressed. This is incredible. You've overhauled an animal's cell recovery.
Yes, we have. And we've learned enough to apply this same overhaul to other animals, too. It's an expensive trait to engineer, don't get me wrong, but I'd say it's worth it. Just keep this under wraps from the park for now. The only way we can actually verify the work on this one is waiting, testing, and observing. That could take years. In the meantime, we can enjoy a quiet, personal feeling of utter pride.
Picking up asset. En route to collect the asset.
A lot of the more behaviorally focused technicians, myself included, take animal observation seriously. If only management would let us hike through enclosures on foot. We mainly use observation structures to watch the animals, and Dale's viewing platform idea deserves a proper test. But between you and me, I'm hoping we can develop some entirely new structures off the back of this work. The viewing platform is great, especially for larger animals like sauropods. But it's lacking when it comes to smaller dinosaurs. I think your work here will give us plenty to look into. So thanks for taking this assignment on.
Asset requiring collection. Acknowledged.
I know it's not nice to think about loose carnivores in the workplace, but it's something we have to prepare for. And oh, what a preparation we have in mind. In a word, domestication. In several words, kind of domestication. I'll explain more as we go along. But first, let's see if we can even do it.
Transit has commenced. Asset transportation underway.
Commencing synthesis.
Picking up asset. Collecting asset. En route to pick up the asset.
Everything is looking as I'd expect on a genetic level. But there's no way to test how the dinosaur feels about humans without letting it out of its enclosure. And even if it doesn't terrorize and hunt the workers, don't be surprised if those workers are still scared. A domesticated giant reptile is still a giant reptile after all.
Asset transportation complete.
Receiving asset.
Picking up asset. Assets in the air.
Attention personnel. We have detected power outages
Transportation
across the
complete.
site. Available for
So, domesticated is a strong word, but that animal is definitely more peaceful around humans. If we use it widely, this trait could really lower casualties from a breakout. We should grab some data while it's still roaming. Then we can get it enclosed again.
You know, given the new and improved attitude this trait gives toward humans, I imagine it'd let ranger teams command dinosaurs that would otherwise be too aggressive. Speaking of which, now that we've gathered data we need, it's time to enclose that animal. Before we scare our colleagues any more than we already have.
Heading to collect the asset.
I think the dinosaur would still sooner eat your hand than eat out of it, but it's as close to domestication as we'll get. And personally, I'd take an uneasy truce over being hunted any day.
Objective incoming.
So, we finally gotten the go-ahead to spend money on staffing, but it comes at a cost. Or, well, the opposite of a cost, I guess. The powers that be are okay with us hiring new talent and doing some training, as long as we boost our profits too. Not a bad trade. But, piece of advice, hire wisely. Remember, we're stuck on this island with whoever you bring in.
All this talk about profits. You remind me of that guy from the Hammond Foundation. The one with the big voice and bigger personality. The PR guy. What was his name?
Oh, yeah. I lost the name, but I liked him. Seemed all business on the outside, but I saw him fawning over the dinosaurs when no one was around.
Huh. A secret softie. Guess you never fully know a person.
Good stuff. You're putting together a real dream team of great minds. Hopefully, they're not great runners, though. Because if things go south around here, I can't afford to be the slowest.
Oh, there it is. And I was almost starting to think of you as a team player, Dale. Our colleagues across the island are struggling with a batch of medium-sized herbivores. Something in their genome is affecting their needs, so we're swooping in to help. The animals will get here soon, so let's prepare. Not that I have advice on preparing for the complete unknown, beyond brace yourself.
Asset in transit. Transit has commenced. Asset transportation in progress.
They have hyperosmolarity. One of their genes is increasing the salt concentration in their blood, which is making them thirstier than normal. Now we know what they need, we can accommodate and make them comfortable. Research is the gateway to us helping these animals. If you understand the problem in enough depth, the solution presents itself. In this case, the solution was a shocking amount of water. And that lake water is literally a chemical solution of water and minerals, so that's fun too. I'm rambling. Let's grab a photo of those animals drinking for our records.
Got some infrastructure damage.
A great photo for the records there. And we can show the group that sent us these animals that we figured out the problem. Sometimes, science is about bragging rights.
New asset reported.
We have a pretty good meat feeder system, but there's a growing interest in showing off more, natural feeding behaviors.
We'll need an enclosure with scavengers in, and we'll need a, scavenger-friendly food source, otherwise known as a corpse, not to beat around the bush. We'll also need to be quick with a lens to photograph the scavengers feeding.
Everyone happy with compies as the animal we use? I want to find out if I still think they're adorable after seeing them scavenge. The sacrifices we make for science.
Commencing synthesis.
Commencing asset transit. Transportation underway.
If a tour guide tells you that an animal is a scavenger, people are going to want to see it scavenge. So, it's our job to study that scavenging behavior, record it, and send that data to the park.
Asset has been delivered.
Asset report incoming.
Attention personnel. We have detected power outages across
Converted to
the
pick up the asset.
Nature is pretty dark sometimes.
It's pretty dark most of the time if you have that mindset. The secret is appreciating how amazing all natural behavior is, not projecting light or darkness onto it. Still, excellent work, everyone. The park can use this data to decide if they want guests to see scavengers scavenge. Oh, and for what it's worth, I do still find Compsognathus adorable. I don't know what that says about me.
Acknowledging asset collection request. Heading to pick up the asset.
Juvenile dinosaurs are great. I can't argue with that. But is natural breeding as efficient as synthesis? That was rhetorical. The answer is no. Some species don't seem to breed often, or they have small clutch sizes when they do. Sauropods are a great example.
But with the right gene modifications, we think we can manifest a specific genetic mutation that will improve fertility. More juveniles, no matter the species.
Dinosaur breeding, with a dash of industrial productivity.
That's the theory, at least. Time to take the idea to the hatchery and see if it works.
Asset has been collected. Collecting asset. Transportation in progress.
So the experimental trait definitely manifested, and it seems to be affecting genes related to egg production.
That could still achieve what we want it to achieve. Let's breed that dinosaur and see what happens.
Asset in transit. Asset being transported. Transit has commenced.
Incubation personnel, please stand by.
Callie, look at this. Wow, I think we figured out a way to guarantee a larger clutch of eggs.
With no major adverse health effects? That could be huge. More juveniles for research and for the park. But this is an experimental trait. It doesn't leave this island until we're sure it's safe. Regardless, some really excellent work went into this. Well done.
It just hit me. Modern dinosaurs have been around for years, but modern dinosaur parents? Grandparents? That's new ground we're breaking. So let's not stop there. Time to keep growing that herbivore family tree.
collected. Commencing asset transit. Assets in the air.
New objective received.
Understood.
Let's
Assets in the air. Asset has been collected. Asset transportation in progress. Adding to the list. Transit has commenced.
Asset reported. Asset report incoming.
Congratulations, it's a healthy juvenile herbivore. Can't help but smile, can you? So, yeah, looks like the genome holds up. If anything changes, we can figure that out, but I'm happy to close this assignment.
Heading to pick up the asset. Transit has commenced. Commencing.
synthesis. Commencing synthesis. Completed by an NDU team.
Asset reported.
Asset collection request received.
Asset report incoming. Incoming asset ID.
Heading to collect the asset. Assets in the air. Confirming asset delivery. Asset has been delivered.
One of the previous directors for the island was a huge Spinosaurus fan, so we've studied them a fair bit. But one thing we haven't formally tested is naturally breeding them. Personally, I'm curious how stable the genome is across generations. So, there we go. Let's make a Spinosaurus family.
New objective received. Asset reported. Reporting a new asset.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Collecting asset. Commencing asset transit.
What a beautiful dinosaur. The latest in a new Spinosaurus lineage, which is a little surreal to think about. Only thing left to do is gather some data. That juvenile is about as perfect as we could have hoped. It's great to see, and that data will further our understanding of related genomes, too. Nice work.
Delivery has been completed. Asset being transported. Confirming asset delivery. Asset requiring collection. Asset delivered. Transit has commenced. delivered. Transit has commenced.
Heads up, got a new asset.
Asset requiring collection. Confirming task.
Prehistoric behemoths like the Titanosaurus are impressive on their own, but in a full pack, they are breathtaking. See, I have this vision in my head of a dense herd of them, heads poking up serenely through a thick blanket of trees. Let's find out if that can only exist in my dreams.
begins to exhibit signs of territorial distress, it is important that we act fast and attempt to identify a feasible way to segregate the incompatible species before...
Commencing synthesis procedure. Synthesis procedure.
Acknowledging asset collection request. Stand by. Asset has been collected. Delivery has been completed. Asset to be collected. Asset has been collected. Asset transportation complete. You in my suite?
That is a lot of Titanosaurus. The big issue with a large herd like that will be space, but do your best to keep them all comfortable.
Asset transportation in progress. Asset has been transported.
Commencing synthesis procedure. Personnel, please stand by.
Acknowledging asset collection request. Collecting asset.
It's not quite the vision I had in mind, but it's a really promising step toward it. I mean, you've clearly shown that Titanosaurus can thrive in a large group. Give it a few more years, especially if we keep supporting natural breeding, and the Titanosaurus might take over this entire valley.
Not to be a flying reptile in the ointment, but I don't think the powers that be will let this place get dominated by one species.
Oh, come on, Dale. Can't you let me dream?
Transportation underway. Commencing asset transit. Acknowledging asset collection request. Asset transported. No problem. Assets in the air. Delivery has been completed.
Synthesis procedure complete. Commencing.
Transit has commenced. Being transported. Transportation.
Embarcar e desembarcar no passeio Jurássico.
Asset being transported. Asset delivered. Transportation underway. Asset requiring collection.
Please stand by.
Asset transportation in progress. Transportation complete. Heading to collect the asset. Task received. Confirmed. Assets in the air.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
Transported. Asset being transported. Confirming. Asset delivery confirmed. Asset collection request.
Stand by.
Assets in the air. En route to pick up the asset. Asset requiring collection. Asset has been... Asset has been collected. Transit has... Delivery complete. Asset in transit. Collecting asset. Asset transportation in progress. Asset delivery confirmed. Assets in the air. Asset transportation in progress. Acknowledging asset collection.
The lead geneticist from the park is a pioneer in de-extinction, and Ilsan Hubert wouldn't be what it is without his vision. There are some notes from his early work regarding these two specific dinosaurs, and I assume it was to test cohabitation. The records are partially redacted, even to us. If we replicate his work as best we can, maybe we'll discover something new.
Commencing synthesis procedure.
En route to collect the asset. En route to pick up the asset. Delivery complete. Acknowledging asset collection request.
Look at that. Peaceful cohabitation. Not the best data, but it's relaxing to watch.
We need a catalyst. Something to shake up the experiment. A third variable to throw the system out and give us something to measure.
You think that's what the park geneticists would have tried? Their notes are so redacted, it's closer to a Rorschach test than documentation. Let's just give it a go and bring in another animal.
More of a tense cohabitation situation there. But it certainly did shake things up.
And it revealed data that could lead somewhere interesting. But what was the original research actually for? Cohabitation? Hybridization? Making something new? If any of us ever meet the genius behind the park's animals, please, please ask him about this research.
It doesn't happen often, but when two dinosaurs fight at the park, it draws a big crowd. There's potential there, so they want us to find a way to make the fights less deadly. It's a net loss to have a spectacle if you lose an asset in the process, after all.
We should be able to manifest a specific genetic mutation to make an animal more hardy. That'll give the fights that the park wants, without the body count.
Receiving asset report.
En route to pick up the asset. Asset collection request received.
Okay, the trait seems to have manifested, but we need to test it.
Well, that's a very scientific way of saying that dinosaur needs to get into a fight.
Asset delivery confirmed. Asset transportation underway. Delivery complete.
Procedure complete. Incubation personnel, please stand by.
Acknowledging asset collection request.
Okay, that trait has definitely made it more robust.
It really has. Usually a fight like that would end in a lot more damage. Just, before we draw final conclusions, let's heal any injuries.
Asset delivery confirmed. En route to pick up the asset.
There's the drawback. All that hardiness makes healing take a lot longer.
It's still an animal that can get into more fights, so that's something. But the slowed healing's a real limitation. More testing needed?
Definitely. A great breakthrough, though. Something to be proud of. Our Dilophosaurus research has opened up a really interesting line of thought. The Dilophosaurus is venomous, meaning it can inflict that venom on other animals as part of an attack. The genes that control venom could be tweaked to make an animal poisonous instead, making it release toxins when getting attacked. Think of poison dart frogs. Manifesting this will take some genetic engineering, but it'd be a real feat if we can manage it.
Transit has commenced. En route to pick up the asset. On the way for that repair job. Asset delivery confirmed. Assets in the air.
It's worked. I mean, in theory, it's worked, but more testing is required. So,
It sounds like a predator is going to leave this assignment with a very bad taste in its mouth. That is one poisoned aggressor right there. Bet it regrets picking on the wrong animal.
we can engineer this trait into other genomes as well. Imagine herbivores with this incredible defense, or carnivores with a secret weapon when fighting over territory. We've done what the assignment asked of us, but I am definitely not done with this trait.
Heads up, got a new asset. Asset reporting. New asset reported. Asset report incoming. Task cancellation confirmed. Receiving asset report. Incoming asset ID. New asset ID.
En route to pick up the asset. Confirming task. Asset transportation in progress. No problem. Asset being transported. Transportation underway. Transporting asset. Transportation underway. Asset in transit.
Attention personnel. We have detected power outages across the site. Available personnel, please respond. Incubation complete.
You know, when I first got here, the facility on Ile Saint-Hubert was still a little overgrown, the tech and infrastructure were held together with spit and dreams, and the research was just chaotic. Okay, a lot of those things are still kind of true, but you coming in has elevated it all somehow. You've brought in order and efficiency, and this island really has never looked so good. We're seeing a golden age of research here, and as someone who cares about that research more than anything, I just wanted to say, thank you. You were the catalyst for change here, and I don't want that to go unsaid.